To know that you are a prisoner of your mind is the dawn of wisdom. The problem is not yours. It is your mind's only. Begin by disassociating yourself from your mind. Resolutely remind yourself that you are not the mind and that its problems are not yours. You are really in search of yourself without knowing it. You are love, longing for the love worthy. The perfect, lovable. Due to ignorance, you are looking for it in the world of opposites and contradictions. When you find it within, your search will be over. Once you realize that the road is the goal, and that you are always on the road, not to reach a goal, but to enjoy its beauty and its wisdom, life ceases to be a task and becomes natural and simple in itself, an ecstasy. There is no need of a way out. Don't you see that a way out is also part of the dream? All you have to do is see the dream as dream. Wherever it leads you, it will be a dream. The very idea of going beyond the dream is an illusion. Why go anywhere? Just realize that you are dreaming a dream you call the world, and stop looking for ways out. The dream is not your problem. The problem is that you like one part of your dream and not the other. Love all of it, or none of it, and stop complaining. When you have seen the dream as a dream, you have done all that needs to be done. Realize that your world is only a reflection of yourself, and stop finding fault with the reflection. Attend to yourself. Set yourself right mentally and emotionally. The physical self will follow automatically. Once you realize that the world is your own projection, you are free of it. You need not free yourself of a world that does not exist, except in your own imagination. However is the picture, beautiful or ugly, you are painting it, and you are not bound by it. Realize that there is nobody to force it on you. That it is due to the habit of taking the imaginary to be real. See the imaginary as imaginary, and be free of fear. Words can bring you only up to their own limit. To go beyond, you must abandon them. Remain as a silent witness only. Know yourself to be the changeless witness of the changeful mind. That is enough. Abandon false ideas. That is all. There is no need of true ideas. There aren't any. Instead of searching for what you do not have, find out what it is that you have never lost. Shift your attention from words to silence, and you will hear. In the mirror of your mind, all kinds of pictures appear and disappear. Knowing that they are entirely your own creations, watch them silently come and go. Be alert, but not perturbed. This attitude of silent observation is the very foundation of yoga. You see the picture, but you are not the picture. We miss the real by lack of attention and create the unreal by excess of imagination. All happiness comes from awareness. The more we are conscious, the deeper the joy. Acceptance of pain, non-resistance, courage, and endurance. These open deep and perennial sources of real happiness, true bliss. When the mind is kept away from its preoccupations, it becomes quiet. If you do not disturb this quiet and stay in it, you find that it is permeated with a light and a love you have never known. And yet, you recognize it at once as your own nature. Once you have passed through this experience, you'll never be the same again. The unruly mind may break its peace and obliterate its vision, but it is bound to return, provided the effort is sustained. Until the day when all bonds are broken. Delusions and attachments end, and life becomes supremely concentrated in the present. You will receive everything you need when you stop asking for what you do not need. The ultimate point of view is that there is nothing to understand So when we try to understand, we are only indulging in acrobatics of the mind. Whatever you have understood, you are not. Why are you getting lost in concepts? You are not what you know. It is only your self-identification with your mind that makes you happy or unhappy. Rebel against your slavery to your mind. See your bonds as self-created and break the chains of attachment and revulsion. Keeping in mind your goal of freedom until it dawns on you that you are already free. That freedom is not something in the distant future to be earned with painful efforts. But perennially one's own to be used. Liberation is not an acquisition, but a matter of courage. The courage to believe that you are free already and to act on it.
best way to reach me is on WhatsApp, DDR. And the WhatsApp number is +1 443 987 6521. So you get WhatsApp and then add that number to your contacts, and then it should show up. You should be able to send me a message or give me a call.
Go deep into the sense of I am, and you will find focus your mind on I am, which is pure and simple being. Take the first step first. All blessings come from within. Turn within. I am, you know. Be with it all the time you can spare, until you revert to it spontaneously. There is no simpler and easier way. Establish a constant contact with yourself. Be with yourself all the time. Into self-awareness, all blessings flow. Begin as a center of observation, deliberate cognizance, and grow into a center of love in action. When the mind is restless, it makes Shiva dance, like the restless waters of the lake make the moon dance. It is all appearance due to wrong ideas. You have tasted so many things. All came to naught. Only the sense I am persisted, unchanged. Stay with the changeless among the changeful until you are able to go beyond. You do not need to remember in order to be, but at present your being is mixed up with experiencing. All you need is to unravel being from the tangle of experiences. Once you have known pure being, without being this or that, you will discern it among experiences, and you will no longer be misled by names and forms. To know what you are, you must first investigate and know what you are not. And to know what you are not, you must watch yourself carefully, rejecting all that does not necessarily go with the basic fact, I am. Separate consistently and perseveringly the I am from this or that, and try to feel what it means to be, just to be, without being this or that. I am is always with you. Only you have attached all kinds of things to it. Body, feelings, thoughts, ideas, possessions, and so on. All these self-identifications are misleading. Because of them, you take yourself to be what you are not. Give it all up and be ready for the real to assert itself. Instead of seeing things as imagined, learn to see them as they are. When you can see everything as it is, you will also see yourself as you are. It is like cleaning a mirror. The same mirror that shows you the world as it is will also show you your own face. I am is the polishing cloth. Your burden is of false self-identifications. Abandon them all. Once you are quiet, things will begin to happen spontaneously and quite naturally, without any interference on your part. You come to it when you see all you think yourself to be as mere imagination, and stand aloof in pure awareness of the transient as transient, imaginary as imaginary, unreal as unreal. I am is a tiny seed which will grow into a mighty tree, quite naturally, without a trace of effort. when thus the mind becomes completely silent. It shines with a new light and vibrates with new knowledge. It all comes spontaneously. You need only hold on to the I am. When I say I am, I do not mean a separate entity with a body as its nucleus. I mean the totality of being, the ocean of consciousness, the entire universe of all that is and knows. I am is not a thought in the mind. Before all beginnings, after all ending, I am. When I repeat, I am, I merely assert and reassert an ever-present fact. You get tired of my words because you do not see the living truth behind them. Contact it, and you will find the full meaning of words and of silence, both. Words betray their hollowness. The real cannot be described. I cannot find better words for what I know. And what I say may sound ridiculous. But what the words try to convey is the highest truth. all is one, however much we quibble. Give up all questions except one. Who am I? After all, the only fact you are sure of is that you are. The I am is certain. The I am this is not. In realization, there is nothing to hold on to and nothing to forget. Everything is known. Nothing is remembered. It is here and now. It is that I am you know so well. Stay with it and reject everything else. This is yoga. Go back to that state of pure being where the I am is still in its purity before it got contaminated with this I am or that I am. Don't you see that it is your very search for happiness that makes you miserable? Try the other way, indifferent to pain and pleasure, neither asking nor refusing. The I am that pursues the pleasant and shuns the unpleasant is false. The I am that sees pleasure and pain as inseparable sees rightly. Give all your attention to the level on which I am is timelessly present. Soon, you will realize that peace and happiness are in your very nature, and it is only seeking them through some particular channels that disturbs. Just be aware that you are, and remain aware. Don't say, yes, I am. What next? There is no next in I am. It is a timeless state. The I am in movement creates the world. The I am at peace becomes the absolute. I am this, I am that, is dream, while pure I am has a stamp of reality on it. all kinds of experience may come to you. Remain unmoved in the knowledge that all perceivable is transient, and only the I Am endures. Everything is a play of ideas, in the state free from ideation. Nothing is perceived. This, when effortless and natural, is the highest state. I am not the entity that imagines itself alive or dead. I am neither born, nor can I die. I have nothing to remember or to forget. For the jnani, the entire universe is their body. All life is their life. As in a city of lights, when one bulb burns out, it does not affect the network. So the death of a body does not affect the whole. The whole is real. The parts come and go. The particular is born and reborn, changing name and shape. The jnani is the changeless reality, which makes the changeful possible. But I cannot give you the conviction. It must come with your own experience. With me, all is one. All is equal. Just know that you are above and beyond all things and thoughts. What you want to be, you are it already. Just keep it in mind. Do not worry about others. Deal with your own mind first. When you realize that your mind, too, is a part of nature, the duality will cease. Develop the witness attitude, and you will find in your own experience that detachment brings control. The state of witnessing is full of power. There is nothing passive about it. When reality explodes in you, you may call it the experience of God, or rather, it is God experiencing you. God knows you when you know yourself. Reality is not the result of a process. It is an explosion. It is definitely beyond the mind. But all you can do is to know your mind well. Not that the mind will help you, but by knowing your mind, you may avoid your mind disabling you. You have to be very alert, or else your mind will play false with you. It is like watching a thief. Not that you expect anything from a thief, but you do not want to be robbed. In the same way, you give a lot of attention to the mind without expecting anything from it. By giving attention to your living, feeling, and thinking, you free yourself from them and go beyond them. Your personality dissolves, and only the witness remains. Then you go beyond the witness. Do not ask how it happens. Just search within yourself. Every sadhana or practice can become a way, provided you are interested. Just puzzling over my words and trying to grasp their full meaning is a sadhana. Quite sufficient for breaking down the wall. See what you are. Don't ask others. Don't let others tell you about yourself. Look within and see. All the teacher can tell you is only this. There is no need of going from one to another. The same water is in all the wells. You just draw from the nearest. You are the motionless witness of the river of consciousness, which changes eternally without changing you in any way. Your own changelessness is so obvious that you do not notice it. Have a good look at yourself, and all these misapprehensions and misconceptions will dissolve. The universe is in you and cannot be without you. However, there are no distinctive marks of jnana or wisdom knowledge. Only ignorance can be recognized, not jnana, nor does a jnani claim to be something special. All those who proclaim their own greatness and uniqueness are not jnanis. They are mistaking some unusual development for realization. The jnani shows no tendency to proclaim themselves to be a jnani. They consider themselves to be perfectly normal, true to their real nature. Proclaiming oneself to be omnipotent and omniscient is a clear sign of ignorance. We are only dreaming. Treating everything as a dream liberates. As long as you give reality to dreams, you are their slave. By imagining that you are born as so-and-so, you become a slave to the so-and-so. The essence of slavery is to imagine yourself to be a process, to have a past and future. to have a history. In fact, we have no history. We are not a process. We do not develop nor decay. See all as a dream and stay out of it. All happens as it happens. Calamities, whether natural or man-made, happen. And there is no need to feel horrified. In every event, the entire universe is reflected. The ultimate cause is untraceable. Consciousness does not shine by itself. It shines by a light beyond it. Having seen the dreamlike quality of consciousness, look for the light in which it appears, which gives it being. There is the content of consciousness, as well as the awareness of it. There is something changeless, motionless, immovable, rock-like, unassailable, a solid mass of pure being, consciousness, bliss. I am never out of it. Nothing can take me out of it. No torture, no calamity. Nothing is done by me. Everything just happens. I do not expect. I do not plan. I just watch events happening, knowing them to be unreal. All happens as it needs, yet nothing happens. I do what seems to be necessary, but at the same time, I know that nothing is necessary, that life itself is only a make-believe. immense, unshakable. Wherever you go, you will find being, consciousness, and love.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, do you have anything to share?
No, just really kind of like enjoying your silence and your background meditation music. I'm very stressed today, so I'm trying to like just quiet my mind and breathe.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
You can question anything. You can question everything. Just don't expect the answer to be the one you want. Asking questions isn't about what we want. It's about looking deeply. Looking deeply inside of ourselves to see our own heart, to see our own nature, to see what's real in us, and to see how willing we are to face what's real in us in this moment, in this ever-present, perpetual moment. This never-ending journey of arriving. Oh, I'm here again, here again, here again, here again. I've heard 2 teachings recently about this very important point. Stop complaining. Stop trying to get what you want out of this. And realize that this is fundamentally already what you want. You just haven't learned to appreciate it that way, which means you're always thinking about things. Or it means you're always searching, judging, seeking. So instead of practicing this constant seeking, practice finding. See God in everything. Stop making the Buddha, stop making God, stop making freedom something that's over there. And instead of trying to go over there, where freedom supposedly is, or happiness, or satisfaction, or fulfillment supposedly is, bring it here. And actually it already is here. The fulfillment, the peace. I find a lot of joy in the wholesomeness because sometimes the mind can be, sometimes I can be very greedy. Sometimes I can be very angry. Sometimes I can be very delusional. And so it's easy to get identified with all that, carrying around all this baggage of being a negative person. And then in moments like these, it's not necessarily that I feel all this pleasure, but I can bring up a deep appreciation of the simplicity of this moment, the wholesomeness of this moment, my ability to appreciate what is already here at this moment, to actually stop thinking long enough to start listening, to start hearing. For so many of us, we're thinking, we're so entrenched, we're so soaked in thinking that we lose our ability to see and to hear clearly what's in front of us. Always looking for someone else to explain what's happening. This is what's happening. Trying to understand everything it's not useful once you get out of the classroom, once you stop taking tests and exams. You don't need to try to understand what already is. And anyways, this cannot be understood. Why do you need to understand everything to be where you already are, more deeply, more completely, more totally? I think it's nice to be at peace where I already am. And there not needing to be something to understand. This doesn't need to have a thought-based overlay. This doesn't have to have a story on top of it for me to be at peace. And that's what's most important for me, is to be at peace with everything. And this is already everything. I don't need to do anything for this to be everything. I don't need to do anything for my entire life to be right here. My entire life is already right here. And so what's my relationship with my entire life? Is it constantly thinking? Is it constantly chasing after pleasure? Is it constantly trying to avoid pain? Is it constantly being the good one or the bad one, being someone, taking on an identity, needing to do something, needing to go somewhere, needing to say something? Or can I do nothing? Can I be okay with doing nothing? Can I be at peace with doing nothing? We're all moving on a journey to nowhere. taking it easy, taking it slow, taking it slow. No more worry, no need to hurry, nothing to carry. Let it all go, let it all go. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow, taking it slow. No more worry, something to carry. Let it be merry, let it all go, let it all go. Good job, everybody. We're almost finished. A few minutes left.
Homage to all noble persons endowed with great compassion. Homage to him who, like the sun, is shining in the wondrous brightness of what is good and pure. From the primordial basic space of the ground, displaying various manifestations of his compassion and looking after living beings by his enlightened actions. Homage to him who, after completing all that was to be done, went to Kushinagar, truly the most wondrous city, to teach a lesson to those who believe in permanence. From former time, I know the nature of samsara. Therefore, from one about to leave behind this body, which is transitory and deceptive, listen to this admonition, which is solely for your benefit. Worldly things are completely meaningless. Although you may hold to things as real during your life, you will most surely find that deceiving. Once you have fully understood that you cannot rely on that which is impermanent and meaningless, attend to real Dharma, which alone is beneficial. The wealth and possessions you have amassed must be left behind. They are like honey, to be enjoyed by those who did not gather them. Now, while you still can, make arrangements for your needs on the way hereafter. The wealth that will confer on you excellent qualities. The house you have built is going to collapse. It is only a temporary abode. You cannot stay on, but must go. Dismiss your attachment and craving for places of excitement. Resort to solitary places straight away. Friendship and hostility are like the play of children. Love and hatred for that which has no value are a blazing fire. Avoid squabbles and resentments. Control your mind straight away. Deeds, being meaningless, are like a magic show. Although you involve yourself in them for a while, ultimately they are fruitless. Cease troubling about this life. Dismiss worldly concerns. Look for the road to deliverance straight away. Your precious human body, with its freedoms and endowments, is like a priceless boat. While you still have the power to steer it across the ocean of frustrations, shun laziness, indolence, and idleness. Activate the power of strenuous endeavor straight away. The real guru is like an escort on a dangerous road. With great confidence and devotion of body, speech, and mind, depend on this guide who protects against the enemy of samsara. Venerate and rely on them straight away. Instruction in the profound is like the nectar of immortality. Since it is the best cure for the disease of disturbing emotions, depend on your awareness. Discover precisely its quality. Imbibe it and allow it to affect you straight away. The view is like the bright sky, free from all that is high or low, divided or partial, neither wide nor narrow. It is beyond attempts to verbalize it. Apply the tool of insightful understanding straight away. Meditation is like a mountain or an ocean, neither passing away nor changing. It is lucid and unstained. All labeling which erupts through the proliferation of concepts thus ceases. Meditate by letting be just as it is, straight away. Conduct is like the wise person. It acts in accordance with what is appropriate and beneficial. This realm of magic, with its wantingness and attachments, accepting and rejecting, affirmations and denials, free it from dualistic fixation straight away. Fruition is like a guide gathering riches. Wealthy himself, he allows others' values spontaneously to come forth. Without hopes or fears, the mind feels naturally blissful. Exert yourself to win this wealth straight away. Mind, a continual source of perceived phenomena is like the sky of mind, nature, dharmata, without duality, united and complete. Understand it thoroughly, straight away. All the variety of things and ideas are like images in a mirror. Appearances are empty, yet there is no substance to emptiness. If this paradox is left unresolved, complacency prevails. Know experience thoroughly for what it is, straight away. The subject, dealing with its objects, is like a dream. Although there is no duality, ingrained habits cause duality to appear. What is conceptualized by the intellect has no independent existence. No non-duality, straight away. Samsara and transcendence are like a magic show. Although good and bad seem to exist separately, the non-dual essence remains unchanged. All realities are unborn, like the sky. Know this thoroughly, straight away. Confused phenomena are like a parade of happiness and misery. Once good and bad have individually arisen, they perpetuate themselves. In actuality, they remain unborn. In essence, they neither pass away nor change. Know this thoroughly, straight away. Intellectual understandings are like the quarrels of foolish men. There is nothing substantial to them. Divisive notions have introduced a split, and principled attitudes will take good and bad to be separate. No equanimity, straight away. Generosity is like a precious treasure, inexhaustible, increasing evermore. The cause of good fortune. To the fields of merits, whether they are lesser, common, or superior, give what is deserving straight away. Discipline is like a fine, clean carriage, the ladder for climbing up to higher realms or to the fortress of happiness. Restraint, adherence to the Dharma, and aiding all beings. Let these qualities abide in yourself straight away. Patience is like the undisturbed ocean. It cannot be perturbed by harm. It is the best rigorous training. Accepting frustrations and developing a sense of compassion. Accustom and familiarize yourself with patience straight away. Timeless wisdom is like clouds gathering in the sky. From the nourishing clouds of insight, it lets fall the rain of prosperity and bliss and makes the crop of goodness prosper in all beings. Make efforts to achieve this original wakefulness straight away. Kindness is like one's parents, caring ceaselessly for their children, the 6 kinds of beings. Their love forever aids and enables success in the Dharma to be realized. Familiarize yourself with kindness straight away. Compassion is like the bodhisattvas, the Buddha's spiritual heirs, clothed in the armor of diligence. They desire to free beings from suffering, as if the pain were their own. Let compassion grow in yourself straight away. Equanimity is like the level earth, without attachment or aversion to those near or far, and free from hardship. Great bliss emerges from its everlasting evenness. Familiarize yourself with equanimity straight away. Devotion is like the great ocean and the high seas, full of what is wholesome, maintaining one taste throughout. Its waves of faith surge, never ceasing. Let devotion swell in your heart straight away. Rejoicing is like the vault of the sky. Its merits are unlimited. It is insubstantial and without pride, thoroughly unimpeded and unshakable. Let rejoicing grow on and on, straight away. Mindfulness is like an iron hook. It keeps in check the untamed, drunken elephant of mind, turning it away from evil and tying it to what is wholesome. Let mindfulness reside in you straight away. Alertness is like an attentive sentinel. It does not offer the thief, non-virtue, a chance. It is there to guard the wealth of goodness. Have such alertness with you straight away. Trust is like a fertile field. It lets all aspirations grow into the harvest of enlightenment. The field of bliss, here and hereafter. Trust always yields good fortune. Let it increase straight away. Pleasant speech is like the sound of thunder. It captivates and pleases the minds of beings. It reverberates around those to be taught and makes them feel happy. Gladden others by singing their praises straight away. Calm behavior is like a true sage. Non-virtue ceases and people's trust increases. Give up artificiality and make this natural discipline your supreme conduct straight away. Sacred Dharma is like the Buddha's power, in accord with everything, yet superior to all. Similar to everything, yet dissimilar to all. Let it reside in yourself straight away. This precious human body, with its freedoms and endowments, is like a phantom house. For a while, it is there, but the time of collapse is uncertain. It will not linger. You must part with it. Remember this again and again, straight away. All beings are transients, like past and future guests. The old have gone. The young will also go. This generation won't even last 100 years. Understand this thoroughly, straight away. The presence of this life is like a single day. The presence of the bardo is like tonight's dream. The presence of rebirth will come as quickly as tomorrow. Deal with life's real meaning straight away. When all that is important has been illustrated by appropriate examples, to those who have firm faith, my exhortation is this: what has come together will have to separate. Hence, I shall not tarry, but will proceed to the island of deliverance. Since no reliance can be found on the phenomena of samsara, let me sit down firmly on Dharmata's unborn throne. The apparent phenomena of this world are like a trickster. Since they turn the mind from virtue and cause the crowd of emotions to increase, send them far away and practice what is wholesome. Without contentment, even wealth is poverty. The avaricious mind enjoys no satisfaction. Contentment itself is the greatest wealth. Even a little fills the mind with happiness. Wine and lovers are the source of emotional turmoil. Dismiss such thoughts which cause wantingness, clinging, and attachment. Set out to emulate the sages and contemplate in mountain solitudes the value of peacefulness. With mind focused on virtue day and night, renounce wrongdoings and adopt what is beneficial, as the Buddha has advised. Unswervingly practice what is wholesome. Then you need not worry about death, for things will develop as they should. These words are spoken from the heart for your sole benefit. Give up the distractions and diversions of this life, which are provided by country, property, friends, and relatives, and cultivate meditation in quiet places. When nothing prevails anymore, and the time has come to pass on, you need the Dharma to be fearless of death. Familiarize yourself with the profound quintessence of the Guru's instruction. Make endeavor to realize it straight away. Seek the Dharma which virtuous people transmit by possessing the immortality-giving essence, Dharmata's profound truth. Experience its unique meaning through the power of your endeavor and quickly reach the citadel of the victorious ones. Straight away, bliss supreme is realized, and even at a later time, benefits accrue. Strive from now on for the quintessence of Dharma, with its vast qualities, both seen and unseen. The stars, attendants of the full moon in a cloudless sky, have assembled. The Lord of Stars himself is about to arise. The lotus face of the Lord of Compassion is made even more beautiful by the host of Dakas and Dakinis, with their canopies, umbrellas, royal standards, and courtly music. Gently he breathes on me, intimating my acceptance. The time has come to go. Like a traveler, I must be on my way. My joy in dying has been well earned. It is greater than all the wealth in the ocean a merchant may have won, or the godlike power of having conquered armies, or the bliss found in meditation. So I wait no longer. but go to sit firmly on my seat in the bliss supreme that knows no death. This life is finished. Karma is exhausted. What supplication could achieve has ended. Worldliness is done with. This life's show is over. Having realized in one moment the very nature of self-manifestation through the vast realms in the bardo, I am close to taking up my seat at the beginning of all and everything.
Okay, very good. I just, since last Friday night and last weekend, I've been traveling again, going over to Indonesia for a big conference of Buddhist nuns. It was the Sakyadhita. They invited me over there to help out. And it was a very weird...
Listening is much more important than speaking. That doesn't mean that your teachers or the school system is justified or was justified in what it did. If all we know how to do is talk, very difficult to go for a walk, and to be at peace with ourselves, just walking. So you all are my friends here. Welcome to put some W's in the chat for Buddha and for our tinfoil bodhisattva. W's in the chat, everybody. No L's. We're going to go for W's today. leave a like if you haven't already left a like, and please know that you're welcome here. If there's ever anything that comes up that you need help with or support with, you're very welcome. Happy to have you here. Sure. Sure. Thanks, Paul. This is not about getting high. This is not about being someone holding on to a thought. We still live, we still gravy, we still connected, we still got W's in the chat. You can say it's about spirituality, but we don't have to say anything to be here. I would say bliss isn't something that we retrieve. You know, happiness, feeling very happy, feeling very peaceful. Something we learn how to actualize by drowning out or starving out our greed, our anger, our constant complicated thinking. What is the ground of being?
The instruction manual for the ground of Trekchor by Vajra Yogini. Namo Guru Deva Dakini. The master endowed with Samaya should give a worthy disciple this meditation instruction on the ground of cutting through the natural state, according to the secret practice of Dzogchen. The disciples should arrange feast tormas for the dakinis, offer a red torma to the treasure lords, and gradually perform the preliminaries for the instruction. The master should then give the following teaching. Place your body in the sevenfold posture of Varachana. Let the non-arising nature of your mind, this empty and luminous awareness, this primordially pure and spontaneously present essence, remain in the state of the fourfold resting of body, speech, and mind. Don't pursue what has passed before. Don't invite what hasn't occurred. And don't construct present cognizance. The fourfold resting is: rest your body like a corpse in a charnel ground, without preference or fixed arrangement. Rest your voice like a broken water wheel in a state of stillness. Rest your eyes like a statue in a shrine room, without blinking, in a continuous, focused gaze. Rest your mind like a sea, free from waves, quietly, in the unfabricated and spontaneously present state of the empty and luminous nature of awareness. Let your mind rest, totally free from thought. The earth outside, the stones, mountains, rocks, plants, trees, and forests do not truly exist. The body inside does not truly exist. This empty nature also does not truly exist. Although it does not truly exist, it cognizes everything. Thus, to rest in the state of empty and luminous awareness is known as the ground of cutting through. Now, do thoughts occur during this state of stillness? Is there stillness while the thoughts occur? There are thoughts during the state of stillness, and there are 4 ways of cutting through them. Like a cat waiting for a mouse, look directly into the essence of the thoughts. Like a Brahmin threading a needle, keep awareness balanced and look into the essence of the thoughts. Like a watchman in a watchtower, look into the thoughts within the state of undistracted awareness. Like an arrow flying from an archer, look into the thoughts within a state of one-pointed awareness. Now, as for mingling stillness and thinking, stillness is to rest quietly in the state of empty and luminous mind nature. From within that state, a thought suddenly occurs. By looking directly into it, it completely disappears in the continuity of this mind nature. This is called mingling stillness and thinking in the continuity of mind nature. May this meet with a worthy and destined person. Treasure seal, hidden seal, concealed seal, profound seal. Sava Mangalam. Like waves, all the activities of this life have rolled endlessly on, one after the other. Yet they have left us empty-handed. Myriads of thoughts have run through our mind, each one giving birth to many more. But all they have done is to increase our confusion and dissatisfaction. If we examine closely the ordinary values that underlie whatever we do and try to discover where they come from, we find that their source is a failure to investigate things properly. Normally, we operate under the deluded assumption that everything has some sort of true, substantial reality. But when we look more carefully, we find that the phenomenal world is like a rainbow, vivid and colourful, but without any tangible existence. When a rainbow appears in the sky, we see many beautiful colours. Yet a rainbow is not something we can clothe ourselves with or wear as an ornament. There is nothing we can take hold of. It is simply something that appears to us through the conjunction of various conditions. Thoughts arise in the mind in just the same way. They have no tangible reality or intrinsic existence at all. There is therefore no logical reason why thoughts should have so much power over us, nor any reason why we should be enslaved by them. Mind is what creates both samsara and nirvana. Yet there is nothing much to it. It is just thoughts. Once we recognize that thoughts are empty, the mind will no longer have the power to deceive us. Empty. Yet there is nothing much to it. It is just thoughts. Once we recognize that thoughts are empty, the mind will no longer have the power to deceive us. But as long as we take our deluded thoughts as real, they will continue to torment us mercilessly, as they have been doing throughout countless past lives. To gain control over the mind, we need to be aware of what to do and what to avoid. And we also need to be alert and vigilant, constantly examining all our thoughts, words, and actions. To cut through the mind's clinging, it is important to understand that all appearances are void, like the appearance of water in a mirage. Beautiful forms are of no benefit to the mind, nor can ugly forms harm it in any way. Sever the ties of hope and fear, attraction and repulsion, and remain in equanimity, in the understanding that all phenomena are nothing more than projections of your own mind. Once you have realized absolute truth, then you will see the whole infinite display of relative phenomena that appears within it as no more than an illusion or a dream to which you feel no attachment. To realize that appearance and voidness are one is what is called simplicity, or freedom from conceptual limitations. If you conquer the primordial nature by distinguishing mind from awareness, the view of the Absolute will gradually become clear. Even if inwardly awareness is not yet clear right now, simply keep the mind from wandering outside. This will do, for awareness lies in the very depth of the mind. They are, it is said, like water and ice. Water and ice are not entirely the same, for the latter is solid and can be held. But molten ice is none other than water. So in truth, water and ice are not two things, but one. Likewise, mind is not awareness being deluded, but mind's nature, when realized, is none other than awareness. Although mind and awareness are different in a sense, they cannot be distinguished by analytic reasoning. One day, as your confidence in awareness grows, mind will appear as witless as a child, and awareness as wise as a venerable old sage. Awareness will not run after mind, but eclipse it in a relaxed, serene state. Rest at ease. While mind is watching mind, though there is nothing to see, it is vividly clear, uncontrived, free, and at ease in that state. Rest naturally, simply undistracted. Whatever thought occurs from that state, without stopping or analysing, watch its very nature. Its arising doesn't obscure the absolute nature. Whatever occurs, relax right there. Don't follow thoughts about the past. Don't anticipate thoughts about the future. Directly transcend the external world. That is called the four parts without three. If you maintain this recognition of thoughts, you will feel that they do not truly begin, remain, or end. Though you notice them, they have no effect on your true nature. That is the bare, natural state, the way it is. If you take that empty awareness, open and carefree, as the path, all the time, during formal practice and afterward, you will quickly and surely acquire a confident realization that confusion is freed by itself. is very helpful to mingle your mind inseparably with your teachers. By settling in equipoise within that state, developing faith and devotion, you'll meet the natural face of Dharmakaya. Especially, guard the continuity of impermanence, renunciation, and pure discipline, like your own eyes. Never diminish your one-pointed diligence in the heart of the matter, the essential yoga of the profound meaning. Alternating study, reflection, and meditation. The one will help the others. Ultimately, that is what you need to resolve. In order to conquer the high ground of the uncreated nature of mind, we must go to the source and recognize the origin of our thoughts. Otherwise, one thought gives rise to a second thought, the second thought to a third, and so on forever. We are constantly assailed by memories of the past and carried away by expectations for the future, and lose all awareness of the present. It is our mind that leads us astray into the cycle of existences. We hold fast to our thoughts, which are nothing but manifestations of that nature. This freezes awareness into solid concepts such as I and other, desirable and detestable, and plenty of others. This is how we create samsara. But if, instead of letting our thoughts solidify, we recognize their emptiness, then each thought that arises and disappears in the mind renders the realization of emptiness even clearer. In the heart of winter, the chill freezes lakes and rivers. Water becomes so solid that it can bear men, beasts, and carts. As spring approaches, earth and water warm up and thaw. What then remains of the hardness of the ice? Water is soft and fluid. Ice, hard and sharp. So we cannot say that they are identical. But neither can we say that they are different. Because ice is only solidified water, and water is only melted ice. The same applies to our perception of the world around us. To be attached to the reality of phenomena. To be tormented by attraction and repulsion. By pleasure and gain. Gain and loss. Fame and obscurity. Praise and blame. Creates a solidity in the mind. What we have to do, therefore, is to melt the ice of concepts into the living water of the freedom within. All phenomena of samsara and nirvana arise like a rainbow, and like a rainbow, they are devoid of any tangible existence. Once you have recognized the true nature of reality, which is empty, and at the same time appears as the phenomenal world, your mind will cease to be under the power of delusion. If you know how to leave your thoughts free to dissolve by themselves as they arise, they will cross your mind as a bird crosses the sky without leaving any trace. Maintain that state of simplicity. If you encounter happiness, success, prosperity, or other favorable conditions, consider them as dreams and illusions, and do not get attached to any of them. If you were stricken by illness, calamity, deprivation, or other physical and mental trials, do not let yourself get discouraged, but rekindle your compassion and generate the wish that through your suffering, all being sufferings may be exhausted. Whatever circumstances arise, do not plunge into either elation or misery, but stay free and comfortable in unshaken serenity. So practice the essential meaning with tenacity. May this delightful, sacred offering cloud of essential pith instructions cause you to gain realization of the definitive secret that is like space.
Hi, Ken. Hi, Vern. DJ. Let's get some W's in chat for Buddha, everybody.
The teachings we need most are those that will actually strengthen and inspire our practice. It is all very well to receive teachings as high as the sky, but the sky is not that easy to grasp. Start with practices which you can truly assimilate. Such as developing determination to be free of ordinary concerns, nurturing love and compassion, and as you gain stability in your practice, you will eventually be able to master all the higher teachings. The only way to achieve liberation from samsara and attain the omniscience of enlightenment is to rely on an authentic spiritual teacher. An authentic spiritual teacher is like the sail that enables a boat to cross the ocean swiftly. The sun and moon are reflected in clear, still water instantly. Similarly, the blessings of the three jewels are always present for those who have complete confidence in them. The sun's rays fall everywhere, uniformly, but only where they are focused through a magnifying glass can they set dry grass on fire. When the all-pervading rays of the Buddha's compassion are focused through the magnifying glass of your faith and devotion, the flame of blessings blazes up in your being. Obstacles can arise from good as well as bad circumstances, but they should never deter or overpower you. Be like the earth, which supports all living creatures indiscriminately, without distinguishing good from bad. The earth is simply there. Your practice should be strengthened by the difficult situations you encounter. Just as a bonfire in a strong wind is not blown out, but blazes even brighter. When someone harms you, see them as a kind teacher who is showing you the path to liberation and merits your respect. Pray that you may be able to help them as much as you can. And whatever happens, never hope for an opportunity for vengeance. It is particularly admirable to bear patiently the harm and scorn of people who have less education, strength, or skill than you. Look right into it, and you will see that the person who is harmed, the person who does the harm, and the harm itself are all totally devoid of any inherent reality. Who then is going to get angry at mere delusions? Faced with these empty appearances, is there anything to be lost or gained? Is there anything to be liked or disliked? It is all like an empty sky. Recognize that. Once you control the anger within, you will discover that there is not a single adversary left outside. But as long as you pay heed to your hatred and attempt to overcome your external opponents, even if you succeed, more will inevitably rise up in their place. Even if you manage to overpower everyone in the whole world, your anger would only grow stronger. To follow it will never make it subside. The only really intolerable enemy is hatred itself. To defeat the enemy of hatred, it is necessary to meditate one-pointedly on patience and love until they truly take root in your being. Then there can be no outer adversaries. Ask yourself, how many of the billions of inhabitants of this planet have any idea of how rare it is to have been born as a human being? How many of those who understand the rarity of human birth ever think of using that chance to practice the Dharma? How many of those who think of starting to practice actually do so? How many of those who start continue to practice? How many of those who continue attain ultimate realization? Indeed, those who attain ultimate realization, compared to those who do not, are as few as the stars you can see at daybreak, compared to the myriad stars you can see in the clear night sky. As long as you, like most people, fail to recognize the true value of human existence, you will just fritter your life away in futile activity and distraction. When life comes all too soon to its inevitable end, you will not have achieved anything worthwhile at all. But once you really see the unique opportunity that human life can bring, you will definitely direct all your energy into reaping its true worth by putting the Dharma into practice. If you make use of your human birth in the right way, you can achieve enlightenment in this very lifetime. All the great siddhas of the past were born as ordinary people. But by entering the Dharma, following a realized teacher, and devoting their whole lives to practicing the instructions they received, they were able to manifest the enlightened activities of great bodhisattvas. I pay homage to noble Avalokiteshvara, recalling his qualities, forever joyful at the happiness of others, and plunged into sorrow whenever they suffer. You have realized great compassion with all its qualities, and abide without a care for your own happiness or suffering. I'm going to put down here a partial instruction on how to use both happiness and suffering as the path to enlightenment. This is indispensable to leading a spiritual life, a most needed tool of the Noble Ones, and quite the most priceless teaching in the world. There are two parts. First, how to use suffering as the path. And second, how to use happiness as the path. Each one is approached firstly through relative truth and then through absolute truth. How do you use suffering as the path to enlightenment? Through relative truth. Whenever we are harmed by sentient beings or anything else, if we make a habit out of perceiving only the suffering, then even when the smallest problem comes up, it will cause enormous anguish in our mind. This is because the nature of any perception or idea, be it happiness or sorrow, is to grow stronger and stronger the more we become accustomed to it. So, as the strength of this pattern gradually builds up, before long, we'll find that just about everything we perceive becomes a cause for actually attracting unhappiness towards us. And happiness will never get a chance. If we do not realize that it all depends on the way in which the mind develops this habit, and instead we put the blame on external objects and situations alone, the flames of suffering, negative karma, aggression, and so on will spread like wildfire without end. This is what is called all appearances arising as enemies. We should arrive at a very precise understanding that the whole reason why sentient beings in this degenerate age are plagued by so much suffering is because they have such feeble powers of discernment. So, not to be hurt by the obstacles created by enemies, illness, or harmful influences does not mean to say that things like sickness can be driven away and that they will never occur again. Rather, it simply means that they will not be able to obstruct us from practicing on the path. In order for this to happen, we need, first, to get rid of the attitude of being entirely unwilling to face any suffering ourselves. And second, to cultivate the attitude of actually being joyful when suffering arises. Dropping the attitude of being entirely unwilling to suffer. Think about all the depression, anxiety, and irritation we put ourselves through by always seeing suffering as unfavorable, something to be avoided at all costs. Now, think about two things: how useless this is, and how much trouble it causes. Go on reflecting on this repeatedly until you are absolutely convinced. Then say to yourself, from now on, whatever I have to suffer, I will never become anxious or irritated. Go over this again and again in your mind and summon all your courage and determination. First, let's look at how useless it is. If we can do something to solve a problem, then there is no need to worry or be unhappy about it. If we can't, then it doesn't help to worry or be unhappy about it either. Then, the enormous trouble involved. As long as we don't get anxious and irritated, then our strength of mind will enable us to bear even the hardest of sufferings easily. They'll feel as flimsy and insubstantial as cotton wool. But while we are dominated by anxiety, even the tiniest problem becomes extremely difficult to cope with, because we have the additional burden of mental discomfort and unhappiness. Imagine, for example, trying to get rid of desire and attachment for someone we find attractive, while continuing to dwell all the while on their attractive qualities. It would all be in vain. In just the same way, if we concentrate only on the pain brought by suffering, we'll never be able to develop endurance or the ability to bear it. So, as in the instructions called sealing the doors of the senses, don't latch onto all kinds of mind-made concepts about your suffering. Learn instead to leave the mind undisturbed in its own natural state. Bring the mind home. Rest there and let it find its own ground. Cultivating the attitude of being joyful when suffering arises. Seeing suffering as an ally to help us on the path, we must learn to develop a sense of joy when it arises. Yet, whenever suffering strikes, unless we have some kind of spiritual practice to bring to it, one which matches the capacity of our mind, no matter how many times we might say to ourselves, Well, as long as I've got roughly the right method, I'll be able to use suffering and obtain such and such a benefit. It's highly unlikely that we'll succeed. We'll be as far from our goal, the saying goes, as the earth is from the sky. Therefore, use suffering as the basis for the following practices. Use suffering to train in renunciation. Say to yourself, as long as I wander, powerless and without any freedom in samsara, this kind of suffering is not something unjust or unwarranted. It's simply the very nature of samsara. At times, develop a deep sense of revulsion by thinking, if it's already so hard for me to bear even the little suffering and pain of the happy realms, then what about the suffering of the lower realms? Samsara is indeed an ocean of suffering, fathomless and without any end. Then turn your mind towards liberation and enlightenment. Use suffering to train in taking refuge. Say to yourself, life after life, again and again, we are continuously plagued by these kinds of fears. And the one and only protection that can never fail us is the precious guide, the Buddha, the precious path, the Dharma, and the precious companions on the way, the Sangha, the three jewels. So it is on them that I must rely entirely. Whatever happens, I will never renounce them. Let this become a firm conviction and train in the practice of taking refuge. Use suffering to overcome arrogance. As long as we are in samsara, we are never independent or truly free or in control of our lives. On the contrary, we are always dependent on and at the mercy of suffering. So we must eliminate the enemy that destroys anything that is wholesome and good, which is arrogance and pride. And we must do away with the evil attitude of belittling others and considering them as inferior. Use suffering to purify harmful actions. Remind yourself and realize all this suffering which I'm going through, and suffering which is greater still, all the boundless suffering that there is, come from nothing but harmful, negative actions. Reflect carefully and thoroughly how karma is certain, cause and effect is infallible. Karma multiplies enormously. You'll never face the effects of something you have not done. Whatever you have done will never go to waste. Then say to yourself, so if I really don't want to suffer anymore, then I must give up the cause of suffering, which is negativity. With the help of the four powers, make an effort to acknowledge and purify all the negative actions you have accumulated in the past, and then firmly resolve to avoid doing them in the future. Use suffering to find joy in positive action. Say to yourself, if I really want to find happiness, which is the opposite of suffering, then I have got to make an effort to practice its cause, which is positive action. Think about this in detail and from every angle, and dwell on the implications. Then, in every way possible, do whatever you can to make your positive, beneficial actions increase. Use suffering to train in compassion. Say to yourself, just like me, others too are tormented by similar suffering, or even much worse. Train yourself by thinking, if only they could be free from all this suffering, how wonderful it would be. This will also help you to understand how to practice loving kindness, where the focus of the practice is those who have no happiness. Use suffering to cherish others more than yourself. Train yourself to think, the very reason why I'm not free from suffering such as this is that from time immemorial, I have cared only about myself. Now, from this moment onwards, I will only cherish others, as this is the source of all happiness and good. It is extremely difficult to use suffering as the path when it has already struck and is staring us in the face. And that is why it is crucial to become familiar in advance with the specific practices to be used when misfortune and difficulties befall us. It is also particularly helpful and will really count if we use the practice we know best and of which we have a clear personal experience. With this, suffering and difficulties can become a help for our spiritual practice. But that alone is not enough. We need to gain a sense of real joy and enthusiasm, inspired by a thorough appreciation for our achievement, and then to reinforce this and make it stable and continuous. So with each of the practices outlined, say to yourself, this suffering has been of tremendous assistance. It will help me to achieve the many wonderful kinds of happiness and bliss which are experienced in the higher realms and in liberation from samsara, and which are extremely difficult to find. From now on too, I know that whatever suffering lies in store for me, so however tough, however difficult the suffering may be, it will always bring me the greatest joy and happiness, bitter and yet sweet, like those Indian cakes made of sugar mixed with cardamom and pepper.
Aloha. Let's get some W's in the chat if it's a good idea to enter into the pine forest, to go deep into the pine forest and see what we find. And if you haven't already, you can leave a like. Now this is my cup of tea. That's pretty good. Okay, W's in the chat, everybody. W's in the chat for Buddha. W's in the chat for meditation. W's in the chat for being a good person. W's in the chat for being kind. W's in the chat for being a good person and being generous no matter what. W's in the chat, everybody. Here we go. Woo! Whoa! Oof. How's the video quality? Are we staying close to 720? Are we staying connected? Or is it going in and out? Whoa! Okay, everybody ready? W's in the chat. Here we go. Everybody ready? Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Slowly but surely. Here we go. Woo! Man. Whew. Whew. Oh. Okay, everybody ready? In 3, 2, 1. W's in the chat. Woo! There's nothing wrong with not knowing what something is. There's nothing wrong with not having the answer. There's nothing wrong with not knowing, not understanding. These days we've become so desensitized. Scrolling through YouTube shorts or scrolling through TikTok, we just watch thing after thing after thing, and we've lost ourselves in what we think we understand. You know, it's remarkable, even people coming across a monk in a children's playhouse going down a slide, they don't stop to watch. They don't stop to say, what the heck is this? What's going on? We've like been manipulated and conditioned to think that we understand everything, or that life and reality is about if we like something or if we dislike something. We've lost our curiosity. So don't be like that. Don't lose your curiosity. Don't be ignorant. Don't be attached. Don't be confused. Come out and join the club. Everybody's here. W's in the chat, everybody. Let's go down that slide again. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. All right, everybody ready? 3, 2, well, let's go from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Woo! There's nothing wrong with being weird. There's nothing wrong with just being who you happen to be at this moment. You don't need to have some big complicated idea about yourself. You don't have to go around and saying, I like this, I don't like this. Making judgments on what you see, making judgments on what you hear, making judgments according to some random thoughts that come across your mind. This is a space to look closely and to look deeply and not to be trapped in our stupidity, our ignorance, our confidence about knowing what everything is and making judgments about everything. This is Buddhism. This is Buddhism in 2025, everybody. You better get used to it. Because we're not stopping anytime soon. And you can see the toxicity starts to come out. We all say we're good people. We all say we're on the right path. And then the moment that something we don't understand happens, or we experience something that we just can't put into a box, we immediately get into anger, get into that nastiness, that hidden nastiness that we were hiding before. So this isn't about hiding anything. This is about being open to life. Being curious about what life is. We're so easy to get angry. So easy to make a judgment. But this is beyond your conceptual framework that you've developed ignorance and attachment about. You don't know what's happening. You don't know who I am. You don't know what this is. That means if you're really curious, you're going to have to stick around and find out what this life is all about. The only thing's creepy is being mean instead of being kind. And why do we give so much importance to the judgments that we make about other people? Why do we give so much importance to the thoughts that we have? I guess the right thing to do right now is to meditate. Ooh, Mark, be kind. Tribal Chief, be good. Won't be bad. Nothing wrong, nothing right. Some of you might know this song. I invite you to sing it together with me. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. So, basically, an important teaching here is that, here by the slide, we can think anything. So it's very easy for you to think anything. Like, you could think that North Korea was about to attack the US in a few hours. You could 100% think that. You could also think that it would be impossible for North Korea to attack the US in a few hours. You may think that this is a good person. You may think that this is a bad person. You may think that Christianity is true. You may think that Buddhism is true. The point here is that thoughts are just thoughts. So just because you think something doesn't really mean anything at all. All that it means is that you had thought that. So if the basis of your position, like the basis of your authority and how you're engaging with something you're experiencing, is that you had thought something, you may want to learn about stopping thoughts and looking deeply into and at your direct experience. Because thoughts in and of themselves don't really mean anything in particular. Thoughts are just thoughts. So then we may get into a situation where we're trying to justify our thoughts. Right now we're defending our thoughts. No, I didn't just think that. Actually, I thought this and I thought that and I thought that and this and that and this, that, and that's why I said that. But just because we have thoughts about something doesn't mean that our thoughts about that thing are true or real. So this is a practice, or this is a way of looking deeply into our direct experience. We have to look deeply into our direct experience, friends. Okay, let's count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go! Woo! Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And so what this is not really any kind of special practice, something like spiritual. But I'm just sitting here and letting my breath do its thing, letting my body do its thing. And instead of using my mind to just think about things, I'm actually using my mind to just be aware. To be aware of the heart beating, to be aware of the body being, to be aware of my breathing, so that I can truly be right here where I am. And there's a higher mind to this, so that I can tell any story about this experience. I can tell a good story, I can tell a bad story, I can complain, or I can say, wow, this is such a good experience. But at the end of the day, at the end of the line, this is beyond thoughts. This experience is beyond thoughts. It's inclusive of thoughts. Thoughts can happen in this experience or about this experience, but this experience is not thought-based. Colors are not based in thought. Sounds are not based in thought. Circular objects are not based in thought. Green is not based in thought. Pink is not based in thought. Blue is not based in thought. Reddish is not based in thought. Green is not based in thought. Yellow is not based in thought. Blue is not based in thought. Light blue is not based in thought. Lime green is not based in thought. Yellow is not based on thought. Your thoughts about yellow are not yellow, and yet you are directly experiencing yellowness. You are experiencing something that is beyond all of your thoughts about it. I hope I'm not being too rough with you all. Just doing my thing, doing my sharing. Oh, we got 72 likes now. I think we're gonna get to 100, everybody. This would be the first time, whoa! First time I ever got 100 likes on a live stream. Whoa, very toxic. So when we get into this Buddhism stuff, we actually start to learn about how negativity makes us suffer, and that the last thing we want to do is to cultivate negativity in our lives. And in some ways, it's easy to be negative. There's always a reason, a justification to be righteously angry, or say righteously a harmful thing, trying to hurt someone else. But hurting someone else never helps. And the real person who's going to have to deal with all of the negativity that we build up negatively towards others is ourselves. So the last thing you want to do is develop negativity. Nobody's forcing you to be here. Really about worshiping a statue. Buddhism is more about generosity and being a good person, and wisdom, cutting through suffering. Buddhism is like specifically about ending suffering. Yeah, I'm from America. So Yanina, I was a monk for 7 years, up until this year, and then I took a break. So I was not a monk for about 4 months or so, and then I came back. I ordained just a few days ago, actually, as a novice monk. So I've trained extensively in Buddhist monasteries over, the better part of 10 years. I have a lot of relationships with senior monks and meditation masters, etc. And right now I'm in Vietnam. I just completed a 10-day Mahasi meditation retreat with some monks from Myanmar, and I was inspired to reordain. And you know, there's something, I mean, the big path, the big deal about ending suffering, there's no wiggle room in that. You know, that's life or death. That's as hardcore as it gets. You know, that's facing down hell to end suffering, right? But when it comes to monasticism and like the community structure of the way that we come together and practice and relate to each other, that's very, very flexible. Um, and in the West, a lot of people don't get so much exposure to the monastic tradition, and they may develop a very rigid conservative view about it. But it's very, very flexible. You know, there's all kinds of different ways that someone can be a monk, um, as long as they ordain under somebody and they actually know what they're doing, and not a completely ridiculous person. But who knows? Maybe I fit that bill. Buddha is not a god. Buddha is just like a philosopher teacher. Buddha also just means awareness. Yeah, if you love Jesus, if you love Buddha, if you love Muhammad, if you love Krishna, whoever you love, that's up to you. I'm not here to tell anybody who to love, but there's no excuse to be harmful. There's no excuse to be evil. There's no excuse to like be toxic, like be a degenerate. And that's why a lot of people need some form of religion. Most people need some form of religion, because if they just go along the lines of consumerism and capitalism, they end up being like a complete degenerate in the way that they interact with other people. You know, deep down, there's just this like complex bubbling vat of oily evil that they're not aware of. And once that starts to, once they face or come across experiences that are outside of their wheelhouse, that are new to them, they then start the process of toxicity and aggression and confusion, etc. Okay, you have my support to be mindful and detached. Okay, John. Yeah, Yanina, I'm familiar with that. So that's great. Eastern Orthodox monks are very, very well known, right? Dr. Za, I mean, we can talk about it. We can set up and have a call about it. That's right, Elric. I don't know if you were here earlier today, but we had this live stream has been going. Can anybody see how long this live stream has been going on? Maybe you can let me know. But quite a few hours ago, we actually had someone who was like they grew up, and they grew up in a difficult way, and they were diagnosed with autism, with dyslexia, with some kind of depressive disorder or anxiety disorder. And so now they're on SSRIs, they're on amphetamines. And the idea is that they're just struggling to like work and give money to their parents and continue on. And deep down, they're holding this feeling about, and they're just going to try and go on as long as they can until they. And I said to that person, look, if you're really like that, if you really are just at the wit's end of your life and how to go about being with your life, you need to be more open to abandoning the things that you're involved with, to giving up and letting go of all that you're trapped in. Widening out. Beyond the beyond, beyond the mind, beyond itself. No faking, No advertising, no putting on, no fronts, no bluffs. Beyond the beyond itself. Widen out. Beyond thoughts. Not about thinking or not thinking. Not about not itself. Beyond thoughts. Use the words beyond thoughts. Great, Sarah. And so we want to learn, because all of us love have a joke and have a play, but a lot of young people are learning to play rough. They're learning to bring a lot of toxicity into their play. And what that means is that you go on, like never respecting people, never showing kindness, and always being like really toxic, really negative, really evil, kind of like older sexual degenerates, right? 30, 40, 50-year-old people whose lives is all about having sex, going to sex parties and things like that. Crazy. This is a degenerate way to live. And so what happens when we have that pattern of being really naughty and we're just playing and we're not being serious about it is that we're creating habits of toxicity that are going to continue themselves when we're older. And so when we're older, we're not going to have this like resource of innocence within us. People are going to treat us as competitors. We're going to be going through stressful, difficult situations. We're going to lose community resources. We're just going to be put out there, right? So we want to nip the toxicity in the bud. There's no problem at all. 100%, there's no problem at all with being playful, being a little bit of rough and tough, but always coming back to gentleness, kindness, and playfulness. You see what I'm saying? Do you catch my drift? Let's get some W's in the chat, everybody. Or some ONBs in the chat. That's on Buddha. Okay, good. I'm happy to be here with everybody. The phone is gonna die, but and it's starting to rain. But we're here. We're here, okay? On Buddha, the rain is falling. There's nothing we can do about it but be in the rain. We might want to change the fact that it's raining. We might say, bad rain, what are you doing here? You degenerate rain, you evil rain. Satan sent this rain down. I asked God to clear this rain from the sky. We might say all that. When it comes down to it, it's just raining. Don't complain, appreciate. Look at this beautiful view. Look at that. So what if it's raining? So what if there's suffering? So what if there's difficulty? We can be beyond all that. The rain, it falls from the mountains to my toes. The rain, it falls in my heart. The rain, it falls in my heart. You know? It's too much ego these days. People call it a spiritual ego or a spiritual calling. People looking for something to fight about, something to argue about, something to be right about. And, life isn't just about making other people believe what you believe. You believe that. That's okay. Or that's true for you. That's okay. It's not a problem. Let's relax and walk in the rain together. The beauty, the sweet beauty. Oh, wonderful. Joy, joy, joy. Everything, everything. Relax, relax. Widen out. Open. Open fully. Open completely. It's joy, happiness, play. Shut up. Get out of here. And it's not I don't wish any harm to come to you. It's just a matter of you don't want to be here. You know, stop complaining and get out of here. Nobody wants to hear you complain in so many different ways. My teacher is a big meditation master monk from Myanmar. And he shared this image where it's people lined up for these different lines. And one line says to complain. There's tons of people in that line. The next line says to give an opinion. A lot of people in that line. The next line says, to be in charge. A lot of people that. And the last line is the line to help. There's very, very few people in that line to help. And that's the problem in our society. That's the problem in building community. That's the problem in developing this path of ending suffering, is that we just want to get what we don't want to give. Everything. What's coming down now? Everything, everything. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, friend. Uy. Mofat? Ayirafat? Lovely Vietnamese people. You know? Everything. I sure am, Adrian. I sure am a monk. Can't see you. Hello? Are we live? Hello, hello. Well, we had some technical difficulties. Appreciate you all coming out for this live stream. Hope it brought you some good benefits. And, hey, Sean, there's still a lot of good chance here to ask a question if you have it. We got rained out of our walk. Sean, it's about 5:30, and we've been live streaming here for maybe 6 hours or so total today. So there'll probably be some time for rest. What is this? That's a good idea. Yeah, Northern Cali, that's completely possible. I'm a Buddhist monk. Hi, Aman. My hair routine, Melissa, is a razor blade that I shave my head with. Yeah, we're back, Lucid. And everybody, we are working on getting up to 100 likes. We're only 13 likes away from 100 likes, so please do leave a like if you haven't already. Jamie Leeds, so you're subscribing because you learned Kung Fu, and you're inspired because you want to become a monk. Stay tuned and stay connected. I'll be here, I'll be available, sharing my life and sharing my experiences as much as I can. So it's not easy to become a monk, but I'll be here to help if that's something you want to get more connected with. You got to have a lot of patience to go in that direction. Hey everybody, don't forget to leave a like if you're asking a question, and we can get some W's in the chat as well. The best possible life that we can live is right here and now, being at peace with our life. And if you can't be at peace with your life right now, it means that there's a lot of things that you're not doing that you could. I don't identify as a warlock. Some people would refer to me as a warlock, but I don't identify as one. Whether you're a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim or the Prince of Egypt, no problem. Live in the here and now. Schizophrenics are welcome here. If you're being gang stalked, if you're being followed, if you're being monitored, if people are looking into what you're doing, you're very welcome here. Okay? You're very, very welcome here. Anybody who's being gang stalked is welcome to be here. No problem. Everyone's welcome. Well, to become a monk, one has to have a lot of blessings, a lot of merit. So not just anyone can become a monk, because firstly, you have to be willing to give up your life, right? But then you have to have the natural connections to that ability to actually go forward with that intention. So we oftentimes think that we can control everything about our lives, right? But any time, any day, any moment, an accident can happen. Someone we know or love can get into an accident, or we ourselves can get into an accident. So shit happens, and flowers happen as well. So shit happens according to our karma, and flowers happen or gifts happen according to our blessings. So we might think that we can just control everything we want to control, but it doesn't really work like that. Life is just too multifaceted, too deep, too wide for us to control life in that way. You get what I'm saying? So instead of trying to control outcomes, we start to act on the opportunities to do good deeds, to be a good person, to help others, to meditate, to listen to talks like this, to just come in and connect with peace. Does that make sense? Hello? Does that make sense? Okay, good. So the work here is to actually drop thinking. Like if we were playing hot potato. Anybody know how to play hot potato? So it's like you have anything. You could have a noodle cup like this, right? And you throw it between all the people that are there. You say hot potato, hot potato, hot potato, ha. Hot potato, hot potato, hot potato, ha. Boombada. And once the word boombada is said, whoever is holding the hot potato, they got the bad end of the stick. So here, the hot potato is our conceptual thinking, our constant thoughts. And what we're working to do here, under the guidance of the monk, is to drop our thoughts, to let go of thinking, to forgive the thoughts that we've had up until now, and not to seek after further thoughts. And that puts us in a position to meditate together, to listen deeply, or to ask a question that's closer to our hearts, closer to our deep experience. Welcome in, everybody. I am not a warlock. Some people are alleged. And we're back. And we're back in the present, and we're back in the here and the now, and we're back. Breathing in, I feel fine. Breathing out, I feel peaceful in the here and in the now. Don't be shy, everybody. Don't be shy, because we're back. That's normal. That kind of thing is normal, Trinity. That happens to the best of us. The original sin of mankind, I don't know about that. So this way of getting involved in, making use of Buddhism, it's really a practice. So we have to start with an openness. We're looking for something to practice, and that we also have a willingness to look into what we can look into. Because a lot of people show up that allegedly are interested in Buddhism, but they're not willing to practice anything. They're not looking to practice anything. And they're also not willing to do any research on their own. So that's never going to work out for anybody. We have to really have a lot of openness. Oh, hi there, Chris. What are your expenses? I don't know. What are they? Okay, thank you. Kids can meditate. I hope more kids will learn to meditate, and I appreciate your comment about that. Northern Kali, just let it go. Okay, thank you, Sean, with the first donation of the stream. Very much appreciated, Sean. I chose to be a monk because I saw and I experienced that the life of having worldly relationships and like planning for my future and wanting to have a job and wanting to, control money and be in charge of money, it's just a nightmare. It's so much stress, it's so much suffering, it's so heavy on the mind. And my mind is heavy enough. My mind is heavy enough without having to deal with a job and without having to deal with managing interpersonal relationships with other people, and to really be independent in terms of my wish to have a spiritual practice. And that's the basis of my life. My willingness and interest to practice spirituality seriously, to practice meditation seriously. How do you deal with difficult people? You don't indulge them. You don't spend time with them. You don't believe in them. You don't get so involved with all that. When you see that someone, like we have a lot of people just showing up here and maybe leaving a comment from a place of internal suffering or anger or frustration, and I just see that as it is. I'm not getting pulled into their wrong view or their negativity, because I know how to not get pulled into my own negativity. And this is very important. That this is not a space for people to talk about things. This isn't a space for people to leave comments. This isn't a space for people to preach. This is a space to be concerned with meditation, to be concerned with Buddhism, to be concerned with the Buddha or the teachings of the Buddha, to be able to connect with a monk. To meditate together, to listen to the teachings. That's it. So we have to learn how to not indulge other people's confusion. You just have compassion for them. You wish for that suffering to come to an end. And I certainly do wish for their suffering to come to an end. And how can I do that authoritatively? Well, I can do that authoritatively because I know how to wish for my own suffering to end. There's nothing more important to me than the ending of my suffering. And that's also why I became a monk again, for the second time. I won't give up. And to talk about things, especially to talk about deep things or meaningful things, we have to, we have to be able to show up and shut up and listen a little bit. How can we communicate with each other? How can we engage with each other if we're just, it's like we're swiping on a TikTok. We're just nonstop swiping. And that relates to our nonstop thinking. So this is where you stop thinking. Then you can look deeply, then you can listen, then you can actually connect with something that maybe will benefit you, and especially connect with something that is valuable. But until we like can put down that nonstop thinking, nonstop swiping mentality, we're just completely locked into, our usual way of looking at things and looking at the world. We can't talk to each other. We can't listen to anyone. We can't engage with each other. A Buddhist monk entirely lives through donations, through generosity. I know, Tough Harry, I know how it is, but this is the time when we can stop swiping and stop thinking and start experiencing a mind that is beyond thoughts. Experiencing a mind that is beyond stories about people and places in our lives. This is about a mind, a true mind that is not about thinking about things, that is beyond the story of our lives, the ego identity that we're stuck in, that we're trapped in. This is about breaking free from your ego identity. It's this. This is already beyond thoughts. Your real mind or your true self is already beyond thoughts. Just like this is already beyond thoughts. This is not thoughts. This is not a story. You can make any kind of story up about this. You can make up a good story. You can make up a bad story. You can make up a true story. You can make up a fake story. But the fact of the matter is that this is just this. This is just this. And that's a reality that is always knocking on the door of our experience. You cannot make this into a thought. You cannot make this into a story. This is natural. This is nature. Joy, we have to learn how to cultivate joy, and the best way that we can learn how to cultivate joy is using suffering to incite joy. So when we feel uncomfortable, when we feel the suffering inside of ourselves, we can actually learn to smile. You know, I was thinking earlier about how sometimes my face can get into like a natural concentrated frown. And I'm not really unhappy. I'm not angry, but there's like a natural concentrated frown going on. And I noticed, well, I could just turn that frown upside down, and for it to be a slight smile. So when we really start to connect with smiling, when we start to connect with our own ability to bring about joy, our lives become a lot happier. We're waiting for McDonald's to come out with the Joy Burger. McDonald's is never going to come out with a Joy Burger. Amazon is never going to come out with a happiness tablet. Samsung is never going to come out with a peaceful smartphone. Never going to happen. So we have to learn how to use our own mind, our own body, our own situation that we're in to generate happiness, to generate kindness, to generate joy. So this is also a kind of generosity, because maybe we don't think about smiling, but we donate, we give, we offer. We go beyond the contraction in our mind about, well, I'm not happy right now and this going on, we complaining, and we just smile. And you can feel the happiness. You can feel happiness when you smile like that. It's very powerful. And then once we start to smile like that, we have a natural energy of happiness on our face and in our hearts and in our minds. Right? Doesn't it work like that? Does it work like that or not? What do you think? Thank you. Okay, you're welcome. There's no such thing as awkwardness. Awkwardness is just an uncomfortableness that we give a mental name to. Being uncomfortable is normal. You ever been to India? I tell you what, you'll learn what uncomfortable is. Or Myanmar, going to Southeast Asia and feeling the heat over there. So there's no such thing as awkward. That's awkward, so that's bad. That's weird, so that's bad. That's not necessarily the case. But we have to look at how what we do affects other people. We have to look at how what we do affects ourselves. If you feel uncomfortable all the time, you have a great gift. Because that uncomfortableness is inviting you to feel what is there. Are you following me? So like Big Cheese, I'll give you an example. Right now I'm sitting in like this chair here, so I'm sitting cross-legged. So earlier, I was sitting cross-legged and I was like doing some teaching and meditating. And I was giving a guided meditation. And I started to feel like a strong pain in my knee while I was trying to meditate. Or earlier, I had a stomach ache. And then that pain in my knee and that ache in my stomach actually gave me a natural invitation to be very close with myself, to be very connected with my experience of myself on a direct and deep, intimate level that has nothing to do with what I think about things, has nothing to do with what other people think about me, has nothing to do with my social situation or my social story, right? But just this lived experience of my pain, my body kind of calling out to me and saying, hey, this is pain. And then my willingness to give kindness and attention to that pain. Being awkward shows that you have a good heart. That's a little bit getting into like a VR world thing. Here I'm talking about a practice. It's not about what you believe. It's about how you can practice to be intimate with yourself. How you can practice to know how to be kind to yourself. 100%. No matter what. Now. You practice it now. You bring your mind home to the body. You don't just leave your mind up there thinking all the time. You bring your mind home to the body and you connect with your heart. You connect with that pain. And you train your mind to face pain or to face uncomfortableness or to face anxiety with kindness. Ida, you're very welcome to get involved. We have a lot of resources on the YouTube channel. I've been doing this for many years, so a lot of resources there. And if you want to set up a call with me, that's also possible. I have a WhatsApp, but you may find that if you just follow along with the live stream, you can get a lot of questions answered naturally that way. And if you haven't already, friends, please do leave a like. I think we're gonna reach 100 likes on this live stream, which is a first time thing. And one of the most important things that we can emphasize is to be generous and to be a good person. This will protect you from degenerates and negative, evil people. We can call them people that are possessed by evil spirits, people that are possessed by their greed, their anger, their desire, etc. And that they don't emphasize generosity. They don't emphasize being a good person. They don't emphasize being mindful, being careful. So when we empower ourselves with those energies, we're naturally protected from those energies outside. Bad people don't like to be around good people. There's not really any such thing as a bad or a good person. It's just energy. It's just energy. Goodness is just like generosity. So as much as you have a relationship with generosity, you should be good to go in your life. You know, we have to. In some ways, we have to say to stay away from negative people, even though we understand that those people aren't inherently bad or evil. We're just protecting ourselves. We're just being careful to protect ourselves. That's it. To step back, to let go, to abandon. So what makes no sense is this. No chat, no comments, no content, just this. And so what do we do with just this? Do we know how to meditate? Do we know how to be with the present moment without thinking about things? This is very important. And this is what the Buddhism is really about. Learning to stop and cultivate the mind. There's no person per se. The person is just a thought. The person is just an idea. Nobody here is actually a person. Everyone here is just like a thought. A person is just a collaboration of thoughts that have clinging in them. So it's kind of like a storm. A person is like a storm or a collection of clouds that come together. And when those clouds are very densely packed together, that's where you get these big storms of anxiety or depression or anger or pleasure or pain, whatever. And so the Buddhist practice, the meditation practice, is to see through the storm. I don't know who you're trying to convince here, meditation orchestra. To see through the storm. To see through conceptual thinking. To stop. This swiping. I'm interested, but I'm not interested. I'm interested, but I'm busy. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. This is a matter of looking deeply, looking closely, listening. This is a matter of human connection. Am I supposed to be a robot? Are you supposed to be a robot? Or is there an opening of connection here? And then what do we do with human connection? Well, for modern America, what we do with human connection is flush it down the toilet and get back on our smartphones. That's nice. Buddha is world meditation life. I like that. And then we get into our statements, right? But not everybody is a teacher. Not everybody is in charge. And why do we always need to be in charge? This is not about understanding things. Understanding things is a philosophy. Understanding things is belief system. This is not about understanding things. This is about practice. You see for yourself what you can do. You see for yourself what you're willing to do. You see for yourself what your experience of this is. Thinking about things is not a good way to navigate our lives. Do you know why there's advertisements everywhere? Because we totally rely on our constant stream of thinking. And the constant stream of thinking is entirely about likes and dislikes, desire and fear. So if you are completely attached and reliant upon your constant conceptual thinking, your constant thoughts in your mind, you are very easy to be manipulated, controlled, pushed to buy a Camry instead of a Prius, etc. You have to stop. The degree to which you're interested in something, the degree to which you feel a connection with something, is the degree to which you have to stop in the face of that thing. To see it as it is. It's not a machine for you to get what you want out of it, like a Coke machine, like a McDonald's restaurant. What's going on? You have to stop. Or not, it's up to you. But this is not a McDonald's. This is not a place to get what you want. And understanding that we don't need to operate entirely from this way of getting what we want. Seeking. This is to stop seeking. You can't be stoic until you can stop your constant thinking. There's no stoic being able to stop your constant thinking. You don't have to be here. Nobody has to be here. Even I don't have to be here. If you don't know what it is, don't hang on to it. You deal with guilt by changing the person that you are, appearing to be in the world, moment by moment. It means you change your actions, you change your priorities. From being someone who's easy to harm others to being someone who's easy to help others. Listen, see, even Alicia has some understanding here. Listening, right? Letting go of thought, breathe in and let go. This is heavy stuff. This is not to be taken lightly. This is stuff that can increase your intelligence. This is stuff that can take you from being a really stupid idiot to being quite intelligent. But you have to have this capacity to stop. And we stop through engagement. We stop through connection. We stop when something interests us, when something engages us. So, how can I engage you right now to stop thinking and to start breathing and to start listening to the thoughts that are going on in your mind instead of thinking those thoughts? It's really simple. Instead of constantly typing, constantly thinking, not that it's wrong, I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying this is the practice that we can do together here. Instead of this constant typing, constant thinking, constant opinion, constant like, I don't like, swiping. What is this? Ah, it doesn't matter. What is this? Ah, it doesn't matter. What do you mean? Instead of that, instead of being the thinking man, the thinking woman, the thinking person, be that which is aware of thoughts happening. And instead of focusing so much on that, thoughts about thoughts, focus your attention onto the breathing so that you can calm yourself down. So that you can arrive at being aware rather than being controlled by all the things. Breathing and being aware rather than being controlled by all the things. Reconnecting with your body. The mind has wires coming out of it, spiritual wires, hologram wires coming out of it. And when we spend all of our time on our phone or on our computer, we attach those wires to the phone. And our mind goes completely out of our body and it goes into our phone or it goes into our TV or our tablet or our school thing that we're doing. We're memorizing things, right? So this is to unplug from whatever it is that we're involved with right now and to replug into the body. We can also say this, and you can repeat after me if you like. Breathing in, I bring the mind home to the body. Breathing in, I bring the mind home to the body. Breathing out, I relax. Breathing in, I bring my mind home to the body. Breathing out, I relax. Take a few moments to be with your breathing. Your eyes can be open, your ears can be open, but instead of jumping around, typing or thinking, just breathe in this way that brings the mind home to the body and relaxes. How does that feel? Beyond thinking, just breathing. Beyond thinking, just breathing. You can say this too in your mind or out loud. beyond thinking, just seeing. Beyond thinking, just seeing. Stay connected with the breathing. Beyond thinking, just hearing. Beyond thinking, just hearing. Beyond breathing, just breathing. Beyond breathing, just breathing. When the mind goes out, when we get involved with things again, we just come back. Breathing in, I bring my mind home to the body. Breathing out, I relax. Breathing in, home. Breathing out, relax. Home, relax. We can go deeper and deeper into this state, into this way of relaxation. Finding out there's nothing awkward about connecting with our breathing and our body, and letting the mind calm down and the heart to open. Breathing in, I am home. Breathing in, I am home. Breathing out, I feel safe. Breathing out, I feel safe. Breathing in, home. Breathing out, safe. Breathing in, breathing out. Home, safe. And we can also bring a smile to our face. No one can see us, so how can it be awkward? And really bring a wonderful smile. Even a stupid smile or an awkward smile, bring to the face. Breathing in, I am home. Breathing out, I smile. Breathing in, I am home. Breathing out, I smile. Breathing home. Breathing, smiling. Breathing in, I am home. Breathing out, I know that this is a reason to smile. Breathing in, home. Breathing out, smiling. Home, smiling. Breathing in, breathing out. We can relax into that natural breathing experience. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Keep breathing. Keep smiling. Good luck, and see you again very, very soon.